The hour of 11 a.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members will please take their seats. The sergeants at arms will close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our dear friend and colleague, Representative Malagari. Immediately thereafter, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests will please rise as able.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. It's an honor to be able to share the opening prayer with you all this morning. I'm happy you're here. Orthodox Christians around the world celebrated Easter this year on April 12th. That was 1 week after the Western Church celebrated. With that celebration comes a season of renewal, prayer, thanksgiving, and joy. The Orthodox celebrate Pascha, or the Passover, for the 40 days after the resurrection of Jesus Christ until the celebration of Ascension. So for all who celebrate, Christ is risen, indeed he is risen. Or Christos Anesti, Alithos Anesti in Greek. Or in Bulgarian, Christos Vaskrese, Voistinu Vaskrese would be the response. Or in Serbian, Christos Vaskrese, Voistinu Vaskrese would be the response. Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, now and forever, and to the ages of ages. Amen. Heavenly King, Comforter, Spirit of truth, present in all places and filling all things, treasury of blessings and giver of life, come and dwell within us. Cleanse us from every stain and save our souls, O good one. Christ is risen from the dead, trampling down death by death, and upon those in the tombs bestowing life. O Lord Jesus Christ, our risen Savior, you have brought light out of darkness and life out of death. In this radiant season of Pascha, we are reminded that hope prevails over despair, truth overcomes falsehood, and love conquers all. Send your Holy Spirit upon this House of Representatives and upon all who serve the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Grant them wisdom to govern with justice, courage to act with integrity, and humility to seek the common good above all else. Bless their deliberations, that they may be guided not by division, but by unity, not by self-interest, but by service, not by fear, but by enduring hope of your resurrection. Strengthen them in their duties, that they may uplift the vulnerable, protect the dignity of every person, and work faithfully for peace and prosperity throughout this Commonwealth. For you, O Christ our God, are the light of the world, and to you we give glory together with your eternal Father and your holy, good, and life-giving Spirit, now and forever, and to the ages of ages. Amen. Christ is risen. Truly he is risen.
Pledge of allegiance to the flag. Sergeant at Arms will open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. Without objection, the approval of the Journal of Tuesday, April 28, 2026 will be postponed until printed. Are there requests for leaves of absence? The Chair recognizes the Majority Whip. Majority Whip. Without objection, leave of absence, there are no leave of absence requested. The Chair recognizes the Minority Whip. There are no leaves of absence requested. The Chair is about to take the master roll. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. 201 members having voted on the master roll, a quorum is present. Members, please take your seats. We're about to recognize some guests here in the chamber. Left of the speaker, Representative Eric Weekneck from Berks welcomes Savannah Peggerly to the Capitol today. She is here in support of H.R. 483, a resolution recognizing the week of May 10th through 16th, 2026 as National Police Week, and recognizing May 15, 2026 as Peace Officers Memorial Day in Pennsylvania. Savannah's father, Berks County K-9 Deputy Sheriff Kyle Peggerly, was shot and killed in the line of duty on June 29, 2011 in Berks County during a manhunt. At that time, Representative Weekneck was serving his first term as sheriff. We offer our condolences. We thank him for his services. Please rise and be welcomed into the chamber. Savannah, thank you for being here. Personally, my brother's a sergeant, a deputy, and a K-9 officer as well, so welcome. He did great work. Representative Mandy Steele from the 33rd District in Allegheny County welcomes Dr. Adam Oldham to the Capitol today. He is a high school counselor, 2024 PA School Counselor of the Year, and the Government Relations Chair for the PA School Counselors Association. Welcome, Dr. Oldham. Also to the left of the speaker, Representative Cepeda Frites from Berks County welcomes to the Capitol today Deb Millman, President of the Greater Berks Development Fund, Aaron Gantz, Vice President of Economic Development and Strategy for Greater Reading Chamber Alliance, Derek Harris, Economic Development Coordinator for the County of Berks, Alex Roche, Director of Advocacy for Greater Reading Chamber Alliance. Welcome, guests. In the back of the House, Representative Eddie Day Pashinsky of Luzerne County welcomes NEPA Scholarship Competition Director Charlie Casco, Team Director Don Cinti, Susan Renier, who are the parents of the NEPA Scholarship Competition title holders. Welcome to the Hall of the House. Please rise and be welcome. Benefit members, the chair recognizes the local government committee and grants them permission to continue their meeting. Also in the back of the House, Representative Pashinsky welcomes Miss Wilkes-Barre Scranton, Kara Mia Hogan from Pittston, PA. Community Service Initiative is Keep On Moving, promoting awareness, research, and support for multiple sclerosis. Welcome to the Hall of the House. Thank you for your good work. Representative Pashinsky also welcomes Miss Northeastern Pennsylvania from Reagan McDaniel. Community Service Initiative is Advocating for Tomorrow, encouraging youth to discover their place in agriculture. Welcome to the Hall of the House. Also, Miss Northeastern Pennsylvania teen, Anna Renier from Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania. Community Service Initiative is Home of the Brave, serving and supporting those who serve our nation. Welcome to the chamber. Representative Brian Monroe of Bucks County welcomes Gwyneth Gwen Selgrath, a standout athlete with the Warminster Spartans wrestling team. Known for her drive and competitive edge, she has earned recognition for her strong performances on the mat, consistently demonstrating skill, resilience, and a growing list of achievements within her wrestling career. She's here with her parents, Sheila Selgrath and Gregory Selgrath, Coach Tatiana Galliali, and family and friends, Greg Selgrath, Joshua Galeli, Gene Price, and Kyle Yeager. Welcome, Gwen. Also in the back of the House, Representative Prokopiak of Bucks County welcomes the Pennsbury High School JV and varsity cheerleading squads. The varsity squad won the advanced small varsity division at NCAA High School Nationals, and the JV squad placed fifth in the JV freshman novice division. The program also won the Go Be Great Award for their exceptional community efforts. Please rise and be welcome. Thanks for being in the Hall of the House today. Representative Joe Emmerich of Northampton County is pleased to welcome a group of bright young visitors to the Capitol today, the 8th grade class from Holy Family School, Nazareth, Pennsylvania. They're here with their teachers. They're very interested in how state government works, and we hope their time here inspires them to stay engaged, ask questions, and continue exploring the important role citizens play in shaping their communities. Please rise and be welcome to the Hall of the House. Representative Mark Gillen of Berks welcomes Mr. Curtis Clifford's junior students of the Honors American History class from Daniel Boone High School located in his district. They're passionate about history and are here to observe session and how the legislature works. Welcome, students. Please rise and be welcome. Thank you. In the gallery, Representative Gina Curry of Delaware County welcomes back to the House today members of the Sikh community and Gurdwara committee members to celebrate Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month and to recognize the many contributions the Sikh community has made across the Commonwealth. Please rise and be welcome to the Hall of the House. Thanks for being here today. Also in the gallery, Representative Brian Russell of Westmoreland County welcomes two teams to the Capitol today. We have with us today the Penn Trafford Varsity Boys Ice Hockey team. They achieved a historic milestone with a 3-1 victory over North Penn High School to capture the Class AA Pennsylvania State Championship. This remarkable accomplishment marks the program's first ever state title and reflects the team's dedication, resilience, and hard work throughout the season. And the Norwin girls cross-country team, who delivered a standout performance this season, capturing the program's first team championship since 2009 in dominant fashion, finishing with an impressive 36 points. The Knights showcased exceptional depth, hard work, and determination throughout the season, culminating in a memorable victory that marks a new chapter of excellence, for Norwin cross-country. Both teams, please stand and be welcome to the Hall of the House. Thanks for being here today, and congratulations. Also in the gallery, Representative Nathan Davidson of Dauphin and Cumberland welcomes his district office interns, Samuel Pimentel, a student at Dickinson College, and Kent Liu, who attends Penn State Harrisburg. Welcome to the Hall of the House. Chair recognizes Representative Cerisi, Chair of the Committee on Communications and Technology, who reports the following bills. House Bill 2314, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The Chair recognizes Representative Cerisi, Chair of the Committee on Communications and Technology, who reports the following resolution. H.R. 425, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The Chair recognizes Representative Samuelson, Chair of the Committee on Finance, who reports the following bill. House Bill 2340, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair referred following bills, which clerk will read.
Referrals, April 29, 2026. House Bill 2468, Agricultural Affairs. House Bill 2470 to Finance. House Resolution 496, Games and Fisheries. House Resolution 494, House Resolution 502, and House Resolution 504, those three to Health. House Bill 2464 to Insurance. House Bill 2462 Judiciary. House Bill 2471 Liquor Control. House Resolution 499, House Resolution 503, both to State Government. House Resolution 497, House Resolution 498, House Resolution 501 Tourism, Recreation, Economic Development. House Bill 2463, House Bill 2465, House Bill 2469, House Bill 2472, those four to Transportation.
The chair recognizes the Majority Whip, Representative Schlossberg, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of you, caucus will be held at 12:30. House Democrats will caucus at 12:30. That we will be prepared to return to the floor at 1:30.
Chair thanks you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the Minority Caucus Chair, Representative White, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to just announce that Republicans will be caucusing at 12:30 and plan to return to the House floor at 1:30. Again, caucus will be held at 12:30 for the Republicans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes gentleman Representative Mullins for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will meet immediately in the Majority Caucus Room. The Appropriations Committee will be meeting immediately downstairs in the caucus room. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks you, gentlemen. The House stands in recess until 1:30 p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.
The hour of 1:30 having arrived, the House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. HB 41, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 72, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 344, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 830, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2218, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. Senate Bill 507, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Freeman, Chair of the Committee on Local Government, who reports the following bills. House Bill 973, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2320, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2361, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Freeman, Chair of the Committee on Local Government, who reports the following resolutions. H.R. 136, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. H.R. 368, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The House will come to order. We are about to consider resolutions dealing with law enforcement, the people who protect us every day, and we request all members to take their seats. Members will please take your seats, take your conversations off of the House floor. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Resolution 483, printers number 3221 on page 12 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing the week of May 10th through May 16th, 2026 as National Police Week and recognizing May 15th, 2026 as Peace Officers Memorial Day in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Monroe.
Will the House agree to the resolution? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the resolution, Representative Monroe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to invite my colleagues to join me in support of House Resolution 483, which designates the week of May 10th through the 16th as National Police Week in Pennsylvania, and recognizes May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day. For those of us who have worn the badge, this week isn't just a date on the calendar, it's a time of deep reflection. In Pennsylvania, the bond between an officer and their community is forged in moments of crisis and maintained through daily acts of quiet service, whether it's as a police officer in a small borough or a trooper on our interstates. These men and women are the literal infrastructure of our public safety. By passing this resolution, we're doing more than just marking a week. We are sending a clear message to the thousands of officers currently walking the beat across the Commonwealth that we see you, we respect the risks that you take, and we will never forget those who do not come home. On May 15th, as we lower our flags to half-staff, let us Let it serve as a sobering reminder of the high cost of the peace that we enjoy. Let us honor the fallen by supporting the living. I respectfully ask for an affirmative vote on House Resolution 483. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, the chair recognizes the representative from Berks County, Representative Weeknecht.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 483, recognizing May 10th through the 16th as National Police Week and recognizing May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day in Pennsylvania, paying tribute to the brave men and women of law enforcement and to remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice. Joining me today is Savannah Paggerly, who was previously introduced by the Speaker this morning. Savannah's father, Berks County Deputy Sheriff Kyle Paggerly, was shot and killed in the line of duty on June 29, 2011, during a fugitive manhunt in Berks County. At that time, I was serving in my first term as sheriff. Savannah never had the chance to meet her father. Her mother, Alicia, was 2 months pregnant with her at the time of his death. She knows him only through the pictures, the stories, and the memories shared by family, friends, and fellow officers who worked beside him. H.R. 483 speaks to something fundamental, our obligation to remember. Across this Commonwealth, thousands of officers serve each day with integrity, courage, and a deep sense of duty. They step into uncertainty so that others may live in safety. And for some, that commitment ends in a loss that can never truly be repaid. H.R. 483 stands with the lasting tribute of those individuals. Just as importantly, it affirms our commitment to the families, like Savannah, they leave behind. Behind every badge is a family, and behind every loss is a community forever changed. This resolution reflects the heart of our Commonwealth. It aligns with National Police Week while establishing a permanent expression here in Pennsylvania where that spirit endures throughout the year. Madam Speaker, this is not about politics. It is about principle. It is about recognizing that the freedoms we secure are made possible by those who stand in harm's way on our behalf. I respectfully urge an affirmative vote on H.R. 483 in honor of the fallen, support their families, and reaffirm our shared commitment to remembering their sacrifice. In doing so, we also recognize those who work each day in our Commonwealth to make it safe. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the resolution, the ayes are 201, the nays are 0. The resolution is adopted. We are about to take up a condolence resolution honoring the memory of law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty. The Sergeant at Arms will close the doors of the House. Members will please take their seats. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 479, printers number 3185 on page 1 of the uncontested House calendar. Will the House agree to the resolution? The clerk will read the resolution.
A resolution honoring the memory of law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty. And whereas, in providing for domestic tranquility of the community as a whole, society recognizes the need for a system of laws, and the enforcement of the law has been entrusted to a small number of dedicated individuals. And whereas the individuals known as law enforcement officers face rigors of human conflict in protecting those whom they so valiantly serve daily. And whereas this Commonwealth has been blessed by courageous law enforcement officers willing to sacrifice their personal well-being and concerns to ensure the safety of our citizenry. And whereas it is highly fitting and appropriate to honor the following exemplary citizens who have made the ultimate sacrifice in protecting and preserving the public safety. Patrolman Andrew Duarte, Westboro Police Department, end of watch, Saturday, February 22nd, 2025. Police Officer Mark Baker, Northern York Regional Police Department, end of watch, Wednesday, September 17th, 2025. Police Officer Cody Becker, Northern York Regional Police Department, end of watch, Wednesday, September 17th, 2025. Police Officer Isaiah Emmenheiser, Northern York Regional Police Department, end of watch, Wednesday, September 17th, 2025. And Police Officer Andy Chan, Philadelphia Police Department, end of watch, Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. And whereas the bravery and selflessness demonstrated by the fallen officers is exemplary and displays the service and sacrifice of those who are tasked with protecting individuals and institutions of democracy. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House of Representatives honor the memory of the law enforcement officers who lost their lives in the line of duty. And be it further resolved that the House of Representatives express our deepest sympathy and offer sincere condolences to the families and friends of these fallen officers.
And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Bucks County, Representative Monroe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As many of you in this chamber know, before I served in public office, I served as a police officer in Radnor Township in Delaware County. In my time as a police officer, I was given daily reminders that come with putting on that uniform and pinning on that badge. But there is no reminder more profound than the devastation left behind when an officer does not come home. And I've seen that devastation firsthand in the eyes of a spouse, in the faces of children, and the grief of brothers and sisters in blue. In my career, I have stood at 3 such funerals. It is a weight that never truly leaves you. Today, we consider House Resolution 479. We gather to honor the lives, the commitment, and the absolute ultimate sacrifice of 5 officers who gave everything for their communities. These 5 men woke up, they kissed their families goodbye, and they went to work to serve and to protect their neighbors. They did not know that it would be their last day. And I'm going to reread the names of those officers. Patrolman Andrew Duarte, West York Borough Police Department, with that end of watch Saturday, February 22nd, 2025. Police Officer Mark Baker, Northern York Regional Police Department, end of watch Wednesday, September 17th, 2025. Police Officer Cody Becker, Northern York Regional Police Department, end of watch Wednesday, September 7th, 2025. Police Officer Isaiah Emmenheiser, Northern York Regional Police Department, end of watch Wednesday, September 17th, 2025. And Police Officer Andy Chan, Philadelphia Police Department, end of watch Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. 3 of these men were taken in a single violent incident while serving a warrant. 1 was taken while patrolling on his motorcycle, and another while responding to an active shooter at a hospital. Madam Speaker, we often speak of public service in these halls, but these 5 names represent the most literal and profound definition of that term. They are the thin line that held firm when danger called. While we can truly never repay the debt that we owe their families, we can ensure that the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania never forgets their names or their deeds. And by passing this resolution, we tell their loved ones and every officer currently on the beat that their sacrifice is seen, their service is valued, and the legacy is eternal. I respectfully ask my colleagues for a unanimous support in passing Resolution 479. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the resolution will rise and remain standing for a moment of silence as a mark of respect for the deceased. Guests will also please rise. The resolution has been unanimously adopted. Sergeant at Arms will open the doors of the House. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Resolution 423, printers number 2859 on page 8 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing the week of April 20th through April 24th, 2026 as National Work Zone Awareness Week in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Brandon Markosik.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the resolution, the ayes are 198 and the nays are 3. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Resolution 431, printers number 3203 on page 8 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
Designating March 11, 2026 through March 11, 2027 as Berks County 275th anniversary year in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Manny Guzman.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the resolution, the ayes are 198, the nays are 3. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 452, printers number 3183 on page 10 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing the month of April 2026 as Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month in Pennsylvania to promote public awareness of the Sikh faith, recognize the important contributions of the Sikh community, and combat anti-Sikh bigotry. Introduced by Representative Gina Curry.
Will the House agree to the resolution? And on that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the resolution, Representative Curry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in strong support of House Resolution 452. This resolution recognizes Vaisakhi, one of the most significant observances in the Sikh faith, a celebration of renewal, community, and the founding of Khalsa. It is a time that holds deep spiritual, cultural meaning for Sikh communities here in Pennsylvania and around the world. By bringing forward this resolution, we affirm our commitment to recognizing and respecting rich diversity that strengthens our Commonwealth. We acknowledge the contributions of Sikh Pennsylvanians whose values of service, equity, equality, and justice continue to enrich our communities. House Resolution 452 is more than a recognition. It is a statement that we see one another, we honor one another, and we stand together in mutual respect. Colleagues, when we take moments like this to uplift and celebrate the traditions of our neighbors, we help build a more inclusive and understanding Pennsylvania. I respectfully ask for an affirmative vote on House Resolution 452. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. The clerk will record the vote. On the resolution, the ayes are 195, the nays are 16. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Resolution 469, printers number 3150 on page 11 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating April 28, 2026 as Delta Day in Pennsylvania in honor of the members of Delta Sigma Theta sorority for more than a century of commitment to social activism, academic excellence, and civic engagement. Introduced by Representative Morgan Cephas.
Will the House agree to the resolution? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Delaware County, Representative Curry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask for an affirmative vote for the resolution recognizing Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. You all saw us yesterday in the red. We had 200 women plus celebrating, and we'd like to have you know that that sorority has a great service to this Commonwealth. So please, please vote yes on House Resolution 469. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the resolution, the ayes are 196, the nays are 5. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 1077, printers number 3089, on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill establishes the Commission on Children's Vision.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 558, printers number 3170, on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill imposes a cap on rental application fees.
Will the House agree to the bill? It's the chair's understanding that the amendment is withdrawn. The chair thanks the gentlelady. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 1752, printers number 3064, on page 1 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill directs the Secretary of the Pennsylvania Department of Education to commission an independent study evaluating whether the ACT or SAT could be used as alternatives to the Keystone exams in literature, Algebra 1, and biology for high school students.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Anderson offers Amendment A02749. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is imperative that we provide as many credible avenues as possible for students to demonstrate proficiency in order to graduate from high schools within the Commonwealth. So I'd like to commend the makers of the bill for doing just that. I would think every educator in the state and all of us who support the underlying issue within the bill know that students who demonstrate proficiency on college readiness assessments, such as the SAT and ACT, meet the same standard of proficiency measured by the Keystone exams. This amendment would simply remove language directing the Department of Education to employ an independent contractor to study whether or not success on college readiness exams demonstrates proficiency. I do not believe that we should pay for a study to reach a conclusion we already know to be true. I encourage a yes vote on the amendment.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes Representative Struzzi from Indiana County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I truly appreciate the intent of the underlying bill, and I would ask for your support for Amendment A02749. In frequent meetings that I've had with my school superintendents, they have asked for this option to occur. The Keystone exams cost our local school districts hundreds of thousands of dollars, unnecessary time, personnel hours, and really it's not necessary. So I'd ask for support for this amendment. We also know that it could save the Commonwealth between $7 to $10 million for the basically the administration of these tests. So while I appreciate the underlying bill and the need for a study, according to the underlying bill, I don't think that is necessary. Based on my interactions with the superintendents in my districts, I believe we can make this change right now, and that's why I'm asking for your support for this amendment. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny County, Representative Ortitai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of Amendment A02749. This amendment makes a lot of sense. The ACT and SAT tests are tests that actually mean something for our students' futures, for college admissions, for scholarships. But right now, not every student across the state actually takes those tests. This amendment changes that by replacing the Keystone exams with tests students can actually use. As we look to expand this opportunity across the Commonwealth for all students, I think right now it's about 53% that take the test. This would give an opportunity for all 100% of the students to have that ability. This will allow us to streamline the process, eliminate redundancy, and save Pennsylvania taxpayers millions of dollars in the process, which is money that can go back into the classrooms. I urge a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Lancaster County, Representative Cutler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this amendment because it specifically addresses an issue that I mentioned when we voted this bill. That was the fact that I do not believe that the state needs yet another study. I would rather just see action to replace the study with actually moving the testing requirements to allow this to happen. So I thank the good gentleman for putting this forward. We heard earlier that this could save potentially $7 to $10 million. I think that's a bonus as we head to the budget discussions. And furthermore, I think it's worth noting that this could potentially give students an opportunity to attend a college that they might not otherwise even have on their radar, depending on how successful they are with their scores. So for all those reasons, I think that we should go ahead and make the jump to this test. It's a test that has been through a lot of reviews. It's very rigorous. We know that it works. Let's allow it to count in the place of the other exams as we struggle to find an answer for our students. I think this one is a win all around, and I would urge a yes vote because it potentially gets them to college. It potentially opens up doors they did not know was available. And in addition to saving us money, it's much easier to administrate. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the Majority Education Chairman from Lehigh County, Representative Schweier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a negative vote on this amendment. With all due respect to my colleagues across the aisle who spoke in favor of this amendment, there's actually no indication that an immediate switch over to one of these other testing agencies would in fact save any money. That's why we're asking for a study and a review of it to see not only dollars and cents that would be saved, but even more so to have a full examination on how this would potentially impact our students. We share their concerns about the current testing situation. We share their concerns about testing general, and that's why we're asking for a no vote on this so that the professionals in the department can move forward, do a full examination of it, and make the best decision possible. Once again, I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 99, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1830, printers number 3052 on page 4 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill authorizes emergency roadside service vehicles to use flashing or revolving blue lights while assisting or servicing a disabled vehicle.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2076, printers number 3176 on page 1 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill establishes a regulatory framework for deep geothermal resource production.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Kephart offers Amendment A03111. Will the House agree to the amendment? Where is he? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Kephart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my amendment merely extends the objection process to further protect property interest owners during the objection process. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, the chair thanks the representative. On that question, the chair recognizes the representative from Allegheny County, Representative Venkat.
I thank the gentleman for his amendment. This is an agreed-to amendment, and I ask for an affirmative vote.
Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 201, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. That one. Representative Causer offers amendment A03097. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Causer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to commend the gentleman for his work on this legislation. I'm offering amendment A03097 to improve the legislation. I support geothermal development in Pennsylvania. I do have a number of concerns with this bill as currently written, particularly regarding the broad authority granted to our bureaucratic agencies to regulate the industry and impose fees and burdensome requirements on the industry however they see fit. Unfortunately, we've seen these same agencies, the Department of Environmental Protection and the Environmental Quality Board, impose crushing requirements on a number of industries many times in the past. I believe it's the duty of the General Assembly, through the laws we pass, to make decisions about important issues like fees and bonding amounts and setback requirements, just as we do with the oil and gas industry, instead of providing general authority which allows unelected bureaucrats who are not responsive to the people to make these decisions. Madam Speaker, that's why I've sponsored Amendment A03097, which limits the authority of the DEP and the EQB in several important ways. The amendment adds a provision that regulations setting decommissioning requirements for geothermal wells not exceed those placed on the oil and gas industry. It removes provisions allowing the EQB and DEP to place higher bonding amounts and fees on the geothermal industry than those placed on the oil and gas industry at the agency's regulatory discretion. It removes provisions allowing the DEP to condition permit approval on setback distances and other community impacts at the agency's discretion. It removes provisions allowing the DEP to place additional permitting requirements on geothermal projects in environmental justice areas. I would ask for your support for this amendment. I think the amendment is important, which will actually provide additional protection to the geothermal industry and allow it to flourish in the Commonwealth when it is ready to do so instead of being crushed by excessive regulatory burdens. I ask for your support for this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny County, Representative Venkat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for his work on this legislation. While there are aspects of this amendment that I believe have merit, as currently drafted, this is not an agreed-to amendment, and I would ask for a negative vote.
Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 100, the nays are 101. The amendment fails. It is the chair's understanding that all remaining amendments have been withdrawn. The chair thanks the members. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2106, printers number 2724 on page 3 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for broadening guardianship proceeding notification requirements.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Briggs offers Amendment A03073. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Briggs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to urge the members to vote yes on Amendment A03073. Madam Speaker, this amendment creates an additional safeguard against bad actors by having the court determine if a person has the incapacitated person's genuine best interest at heart. In addition, the amendment clarifies service and notice requirements in accordance with the Pennsylvania Rules of Orphans Court Procedure. I believe this amendment improves the bill and once again urge a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 199, the nays are 2. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2223, printers number 3177 on page 10 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill requires advanced transmission technologies to be integrated into new transmission lines within the PUC's jurisdiction.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Fiedler offers Amendment A03110. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Fiedler.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. This amendment is supported by the Environmental Defense Fund, Energy Association of Pennsylvania, and many other stakeholders. With this amendment, there is no known opposition to this bill. I urge members to support the amendment and help reduce energy costs for Pennsylvanians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. And on that question, the chair recognizes the representative from McKean County, Representative Causer.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to commend the gentlelady from Philadelphia for all her work on this bill. I think this amendment does strengthen the bill. I support the amendment and ask the members to also support it. This bill, as I said, will enhance the bill, and so glad to support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 201, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the... It is the chair's understanding that all remaining amendments have been withdrawn. Chair thanks the gentlelady. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2347, printer's number 3178 on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill updates the duties of the Pennsylvania Energy Development Authority and changes the name of the authority and the membership of its board.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Williams offers Amendment A03094. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment does something very simple on something that is very astonishing that is in this bill, and that's that it removes the ability of what is now going to be called the Pennsylvania Energy Finance Authority from designing, owning, operating their own energy generation. I want to repeat that for the edification of this chamber. We've got a bill in front of us right now that would allow the state government to own electricity generation at a time when ratepayers are paying more than ever for their electricity bills. The solution being offered here is that the Pennsylvania Energy Development Authority, or now Financing Authority, would be building its own generation. The question I have for you is, why would the government need to be owning and building generation? Because this would be building only the most uneconomic forms of generation that you can imagine. And who pays for that electricity generation that is so uneconomic that no one else will build it except for the government? The ratepayers. At a moment when your electricity prices have never been higher, stand by. The next solution is increase them even more. My amendment would eradicate that portion of the bill that would allow the government to be owning electricity and raising your rates further, and I ask for your support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes Representative Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are indeed in an energy crisis, and all of our district offices are hearing it from our constituents. People are having a hard time, and I believe now is the moment to think creatively about how we could get more energy online with the goal of making sure service is reliable and trying to bring down bills that are out of control for all of our constituents. That is why this bill would allow the Pennsylvania Energy Financing Authority to launch new energy projects across the Commonwealth in urban, suburban, and rural districts. This bill would allow us to bring back millions of dollars of Pennsylvanians' federal tax dollars that are sitting in Washington, D.C. right now. Unfortunately, this amendment would take away that possibility and would kill the possibility of bringing many energy projects online. We all talk about the need to generate more energy. That's exactly what this bill aims to do. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 99, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. It is the chair's understanding that all remaining amendments will be withdrawn. The chair thanks the members. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended. Strike that. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 72, printers number 3296 on page 2 of supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill protects tenants in cases of violence.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Delaware County, Representative Borowski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to urge a yes vote on House Bill 72. Madam Speaker, I will start with a basic premise I think we can all agree with. No survivor of domestic violence should have to choose between their safety and their housing stability. Madam Speaker, after a victim suffers from violent abuse, they and their family members face significant challenges to maintaining a safe and stable home. Staying in the home may not only compound a survivor's trauma, it may also expose the survivor and their family to further escalating violence. As a result, survivors may need to end a lease early so that they can relocate or change their locks to stay safe. However, Madam Speaker, ending a lease early may lead to lasting financial and legal issues, creating a barrier for future housing. House Bill 72 provides a procedure for survivors and their loved ones to end a lease if they need to relocate due to domestic violence, sexual violence, or stalking. Or, if they stay, change the locks to be more secure. Moreover, the bill protects survivors from being forced to move out due to their victimization or emergency calls for help. Madam Speaker, the Commonwealth is one of only 10 states that offers no protection to domestic violence survivors who need to end a lease early to move after violence, and one of only 12 states that has no protection to prevent survivors from being forced out of their homes due to abuse or violence committed against them. This bill has been carefully crafted in partnership with property owner groups and victims' rights groups over several sessions to strike the right balance. I want to sincerely thank everyone that provided insight, feedback, and came to the table in good faith. I appreciate all the hard work and collaboration that made this bill better under the guidance of the staff of the Judiciary Committee. I am particularly grateful to Crime Survivors Speak, the Pennsylvania Coalition Against Domestic Violence, Pennsylvania Coalition to Advance Respect, and the Alliance for Safety and Justice, who have been working on this legislation literally for years. Madam Speaker, by giving victims the option to terminate a lease early or change locks to protect their safety, we are not only preventing further violence, we are saving lives. I respectfully ask my colleagues for a yes vote on House Bill 72. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 118, the nays are 83. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 344, printers number 3169 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill makes parking fees transparent for tenants.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? And on that question, the chair recognizes a gentleman from Philadelphia County, Representative Khan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Renters should know the full price of housing before they enter a contract. House Bill 344 ensures transparency around parking for renters so they don't get hit with surprise bill after they sign their contract. On behalf of the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative Green, I ask for a yes vote on House Bill 344. Thank you.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 201, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 830, printers number 3063 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill requires schools to notify parents and legal guardians when their child is involved in or experiences bullying.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Delaware County, Representative O'Mara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, for considering House Bill 830. The original concept of this legislation came to me after learning about one too many suicides occurring amongst kids in my district and around the Commonwealth. The original idea was to notify parents of any of the children involved in a bullying incident to make sure that kids have safeguards in place and parents have the tools they need and are aware of situations that are going on at school to help. And this is where I want to really thank Chairman Schweier and his committee, because we took this bill and turned it into something I think even more meaningful. After meeting with stakeholders and actually working on this for 2 sessions now, what a simple bill, we discovered that there is no requirement for our schools to investigate bullying if there is an allegation of bullying made at school. And so what this bill will do is simple, but it will be really impactful. First, it will require schools to investigate any allegation of bullying that happens, and if bullying is discovered, then the parental notification will be made. So this is meant to protect kids, give parents the tools they need, and it's really wonderful to see something that can make such a big difference move with the support of our staff. So I really want to commend the Education Committee staff for all the work they did to make this bill happen. Last session, this bill passed near unanimously, and I hope it can do so again today. So thank you for your consideration, and I urge a yes vote on House Bill 830.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 136, the nays are 65. The majority required by the Constitution having voted the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 2218, printers number 2912 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill creates the School Counseling Services Act.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? And on that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, Representative Steele.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, did you know that Pennsylvania is the only state in the nation that does not require standardized school counseling? The only one. If you didn't know, you know now. Our students are at a significant disadvantage. For the sake of the future of this Commonwealth, we've got to start prioritizing children. School counselors are doing hugely important work. They're propelling students into becoming contributing members of society by providing critical guidance on the path beyond high school to universities, trade schools, careers. But the twist is that in many school districts in Pennsylvania, school counselors are constantly pulled away to act as subs to cover other assignments like lunch duty and hallway patrol, rendering them, unavailable to students. Again, Pennsylvania remains the only state in the nation that hamstrings our children in this way. All this bill would do is require that school districts develop comprehensive counseling plans to ensure that student needs are met. Colleagues, if you think that Pennsylvania students should be the only students in the nation without access to school counselors to help them plan for their future, if you believe that it is okay to disadvantage our children in this way, then vote no on this bill. Alternatively, if you believe in Pennsylvania students and want the same opportunity for them as every other kid in every other state, vote yes. Today, you vote for or you vote against Pennsylvania students. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 106, the nays are 95. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up Senate Bill 507, printers number 1158, on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill establishes licensure for certified midwives and modernizes collaborative agreements.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Delaware County, Representative Curry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand here today in representation of the PA Black Maternal Health Caucus and ask you to vote yes on Senate Bill 507 to modernize our midwifery practice law and support midwives and access to midwives in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Midwives are essential providers to help combat our maternity care crisis. Pennsylvania was one of 6 states that saw a quarter of its obstetric units close between 2010 and 2022. We are in desperate need of more providers who can attend to families across the Commonwealth as they go through pregnancy and birth. But midwifery isn't just filling in gaps. It's a kind of care. According to the experts who reviewed studies from around the world, midwifery care has improved outcomes by 56 different measures, including lower morbidity and mortality among mothers and newborns, fewer preterm births, and low birth weight infants, and has reduced interventions in labor. Midwifery is patient-centered care. Let me repeat that. Midwifery is patient-centered care. And that is particularly important to Black mothers who face higher mortality rates compared to their white neighbors. The Black Maternal Health Caucus has prioritized looking to specialized maternity health providers, doulas, and midwives as a key part of the solution to supporting the maternal health crisis in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I would ask for all of my colleagues to vote yes for those women in rural Pennsylvania who seek care, for those women of color in communities across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and for all women who are seeking to become mothers. I would like to thank the American College of Nurse Midwives, the National Black Midwives Alliance, and the Black Midwifery Collective for this fight that has lasted nearly 10 years in Pennsylvania. I would also like to thank Senator Rosemary Brown for understanding this necessary legislation and getting it to the finish line. Together we win. I ask for an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from McKean County, Representative Causer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to rise in support of Senate Bill 507. As the previous speaker stated, we do in fact have a crisis here in the Commonwealth, a crisis as it relates to maternal health care. And today I want to speak from the perspective of a legislator serving a super rural area of the Commonwealth. My district is the largest legislative district and the most rural in Pennsylvania. And I can tell you, we have an 8-county region now in north central Pennsylvania where you cannot deliver a baby. 8 counties. This is truly a crisis. We have babies that are being delivered on the side of the road. We have babies that are being delivered in the back of ambulances. We have babies that are being delivered at home. It is truly a crisis situation, and we have to use every tool that we can to support maternal health care in the Commonwealth. I believe that this bill is a step in the right direction. I strongly support it and ask for support for Senate Bill 507. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 197, the nays are 4. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will return the same to the Senate with the information that the House passed the bill without amendment. The chair is in receipt of the following Committee on Committees report, which the clerk will read.
In the House of Representatives, April 29, 2026. Resolved that Representative Ryan Warner resigns as a member of the Energy Committee. Representative Eric Nelson is elected a member of the Energy Committee. Representative Ryan Warner resigns as a member of the Gaming Oversight Committee. Representative Dane Watrow is elected a member of the Gaming Oversight Committee. Representative Ryan Warner resigns as a member of the Consumer Protection, Technology, and Utilities Committee. Representative Roman Kozak is elected a member of the Consumer Protection, Technology, and Utilities Committee. Representative Joanne Stir resigns as a member of the Aging Committee. Representative Clint Allett is elected a member of the Aging Committee. Representative Joanne Stir resigns as a member of the Liquor Control Committee. Representative Ann Flood is elected a member of the Liquor Control Committee. Respectfully submitted, Tina Pickett, Chair, Committee on Committees.
The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 41, printers number 3295 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill allows the Pennsylvania Interscholastic Athletic Association to create separate championships for public schools and private, charter, or parochial schools.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Centre County, Representative Conklin.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank you for bringing up the bill. All the co-sponsors, the people that have been fighting for this for almost 10 years to bring this about. I just want to explain about this bill. It's not a bill that's going to hurt anybody. Basically, all what this bill does is says that the PIAA may be able to look at separate championships. That doesn't entail changing how any of our non-boundary schools do business. It doesn't change how they operate. It doesn't even change how they play together. In fact, when you think about sports for high school students, sports is about fairness. It's about understanding gamesmanship. It's about understanding that you play under the same rules when you play. The Little League World Series are done by boundaries that children must live within, whether it's the 4-leaf clover boundary or whatever it is, and those kids play together and within that boundary situation. to play for the Little League World Series. They can't bring a child in from Ohio or somewhere in western Pennsylvania to eastern Pennsylvania because they understand that at that age, competition, fairness, understanding the game is the most important thing. College football, Penn State could if they want play Slippery Rock, but at the end of the year, those teams play either in their A1 division or they play in the Big 5 division for a championship because they understand the fairness. All what this bill does is saying if, and that's why it says may, that the PIAA has the opportunity, and we're opening up for them to look at this, that if they want to do what other states around us, still have the state championships, non-boundary schools can still win a state championship, boundary schools can still win the championship, but we'll follow the rules that other states have done. And what we're doing is we're showing the students that we're putting competition against the right competition. That we're telling boundary schools that if a child, if you live within a certain public school, which is a boundary school, that yes, you'll be playing like teams in the playoffs. That's all that's doing. And at the end of the day, I think it's a win-win for everybody, not just the non-boundary schools. It helps the boundary schools themselves, but most of all, it keeps what high school sports is about. And that is fair competition. And that's what this bill does. I'm asking everyone for a yes vote. Thank you for support. And Madam Speaker, thank you for this time.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Northampton County, Representative Emmerich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise in full support of House Bill 41, and I'd like to thank the good gentleman from Center County for once again introducing this legislation. The day I had seen enough regarding this competitive unfairness was all the way back in 2015 when I watched one of our local schools, Saucon Valley High School, one of the Colonial League schools of Northampton County, play Imhotep Charter in the state AAA semifinal round. There is no question Saucon Valley that year had a legitimate state championship caliber football team, only to go on to lose to Imhotep Charter by a score of 72-27. Imhotep Charter would go on to mercy rule in the state championship game that year as well. The outright failure and refusal of the PIAA to fix this problem has gone on long enough. For those who would like to try and create a false narrative that this is somehow an anti-school choice bill could be further from the truth. House Bill 41 has nothing to do with school choice. It simply separates out postseason athletic competition between boundary and non-boundary schools and establishes a proper level of competitive fairness. It's beyond me how or why anyone could oppose this legislation, as it would simply guarantee, likely guarantee multiple non-boundary state championships if and when the PIAA would implement these changes. Non-boundary schools can and will still compete in their home conferences and be able to win conference championships. What they will no longer be able to do is mercy rule their opponents through the state playoffs on their way to yet another state championship. And the only current fix to this problem offered by the PIAA is to promote these schools, these non-boundary schools, up to the next classification. So what happens when each of these schools reach the 5A and 6A classifications of our state playoff system? Well, it's pretty simple. You punish the 5A and 6A boundary schools even more. The PIAA's quote-unquote solution fixes nothing. It only magnifies the problem at the highest levels of classifications. This has absolutely gone on long enough. It is egregious to me, It is totally unacceptable, and the day has come to remedy this problem once and for all for our student athletes and our coaches and our kids in Boundary schools. So to all the coaches, all the athletic directors and superintendents I've had the chance to personally talk to, I have your back. And to every school board across this state who's passed the resolution in support of House Bill 41, and to every superintendent, principal, athletic director who has signed the petition in support of House Bill 41, I say thank you. The time has come. Vote yes on House Bill 41. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Luzerne and Lackawanna County, Representative Haddock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise in support of House Bill 41, playoff reform for the PIAA. We hear in Harrisburg a lot the word fairness. House Bill 41 addresses fairness. Fairness for the student athletes across Pennsylvania. This bill would allow the PIAA to decide if playoffs should or should not be separated for all or certain athletics, for boundary and non-boundary schools after the PIAA holds open meetings with all the stakeholders. I am confident these meetings will bring out the fact of what local communities have known for a long time, that schools drawn in a boundary system and the school in a non-boundary school can attract students and athletes from a larger geographic region, in some cases from other countries. This is not fair. And I repeat, it's not fair, because schools are not operating under the same athletic structure. This year alone, like my friend from Northampton County, I have 2 school districts that are prime examples of this: the Riverside School District and the Old Forge School District. These fine players, coaches, cheerleaders, and fans will tell you House Bill 41 is not about headlines. It's not about trophies. It's about local communities. It's about school spirit. It's about fairness. But most of all, it's about our children. And I thank the good gentleman from Center County for bringing this issue to the forefront. And I ask you all to join me with the good gentleman from Center County in supporting House Bill 41 for all Pennsylvania students. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from York County, Representative Anderson.
Just imagine if the NCAA made a rule that Penn State and Pitt could only have players from Pennsylvania, but Ohio State, Alabama, Michigan, and every other Division I football program could have players from any state to include Pennsylvania. Would Penn State or Pitt be competitive? Would this be fair? Would this be equitable? Imagine the NFL making a rule that the Steelers and Eagles are limited to players from Pennsylvania only. Yet all of the other 30 NFL teams could have players from any state or even any country to include Pennsylvania. Would the Steelers and Eagles be as competitive? Would it be fair? Would it be equitable? No reasonable, non-biased individual would answer yes to the above questions. No football fan in or out of Pennsylvania would say, system's fine. Pennsylvania teams just have to work harder, get better. But these absurd scenarios are not imagined in Pennsylvania high school sports. The above scenarios are the reality in Pennsylvania high school sports. This bill does not prevent any team from participation in any PIAA sport. This bill does not impact regular season schedules for any team, private or public, during the regular season. This bill does not prevent any team from being competitive in any sport. This bill does not prevent any individual student from attending the school of their choice. This bill has nothing to do with school choice, and I thank the maker of the bill for pointing that out. Currently, the PIAA requires a family to prove they are not sending a child to another school for athletic purposes. If the PIAA subjectively concludes this is the family's intention, the kid has to sacrifice a year of eligibility. Yes, the punishment is that a student athlete misses a year. HB 41 eliminates the recruiting debate and accusations. HB 41 eliminates the conflict, the real conflict within families and communities due to the PIAA's very antiquated rule. HB 41 simply provides all of Pennsylvania's student athletes, over 333,000 kids, with equal opportunity to include reaping the benefits and rewards of the hard work and effort they display on Pennsylvania's courts, fields, and mats. I strongly urge a yes vote and support on HB 41, and thank you to the maker of the bill for putting this forth in a long overdue change in the rules for the PIAA. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Beaver County, Representative Matzey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yesterday we voted on an amendment, a Matzey amendment, my amendment. That amendment dealt with indemnification. Basically, what this bill will do, if it passes and becomes law, this bill basically tells the PIAA you have to go around the state and get public input, every district, along with the legislative PIAA Oversight Committee, of which myself and the Republican leader are members, as well as the other gentleman from Dauphin County. The amendment that passed yesterday dealt with indemnification. Indemnification basically is saying, we told the PIAA to do this and potentially do this, they can't be sued. It's a taxpayer protection, quite frankly, because if the PIAA is sued for basically following the law, that's taxpayers. Taxpayers are the members of the PIAA, and the dues make up a vast majority of the budget for the PIAA. So the amendment that passed unanimously yesterday, I appreciate that support and that vote. The hope is that public input will put an end to the debate. The conversation has been going on far longer than 10 years. The conversation has been going on better part of 50 years when a court case happened in the early 1970s that talked about discrimination of parochial schools and also boundary schools, public schools. Well, over time, we have also seen other things occur. No one could have predicted the charter school situation that has occurred here in Pennsylvania over the course of the last 30 years. So this bill would take input, and that input, as many members have outlined today, would not discriminate against any teams and any schools during the regular season. It just says separate playoffs if, in fact, the PIAA decides to do that. They can do one of three things, basically. Decide to do complete separation. They could do a hybrid situation where maybe for some sports they do it and some sports they don't. or they could leave it as is, and that will all be dependent upon that public input. So I just wanted to lay the facts out on that. I had some members ask me some questions about my amendment. Madam Chair, I thank you for the time. I'll be supportive of House Bill 41. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from York County, Representative Diorsi.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'll be quick. This is a welcomed piece of legislation that could fix a clear disparity with PIAA's playoff competition. Although I am a strong voice for school choice and opportunities for all students, I've seen too many times public schools in my district and beyond fall victim to teams who just plain have a competitive advantage in the state playoffs. We've seen an uncommon dominance at the state level by non-public schools to assemble rosters in sports like wrestling, football, and basketball without the limits that our public schools are bound to. We invited just a couple of years ago the Central York Panther basketball team from my district to this chamber in celebration of their state basketball title. An amazing accomplishment considering the odds. But Central has had other great basketball, football, and other sports teams in recent years, reaching the state football finals in 2020, only to fall to a juggernaut non-public school whose lineup featured out-of-state players. I support this legislation, and I support a different playoff class and a separate bracket for those non-public schools that enjoy a clear advantage. I believe it's the right thing to do. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Westmoreland County, Representative Devanzo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to touch on the hypocrisy in this chamber here today and over this week, because today all I hear is fairness. We want to discuss fairness across sports, but where's the fairness at for my daughter? Where's the fairness at for the girls in this Commonwealth who deserve?
The gentleman will suspend. The only order before the House is House Bill 41. If the gentleman can stay constrained to the content of this bill, he may proceed.
Madam Speaker, I think House Bill 41 is about fairness. And once again, so is the fact of, but what about our daughters? They all deserve a fair stroke.
Madam Speaker.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman will take his seat. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 178, the nays are 23. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair would like to recognize a very happy birthday for our long-term House Sergeant at Arms, Pat Stoops. Happy birthday. The chair refers the following bills, which the clerk will read.
Referrals, April 29, 2026. House Bill 2473, Insurance. House Bill 2474, Judiciary. House Resolution 506, Labor Industry. House Resolution 507, Tourism, Recreation, and Economic Development. House Resolution 505, Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness.
The majority leader moves that the following bills be removed from the tabled calendar and placed on the active calendar. House Bill 1485, House Bill 2028, House Bill 2237, House Bill 2340, Senate Bill 349, Senate Bill 992. The majority leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 558, House Bill 1077, House Bill 1752, House Bill 1830, House Bill 2076, House Bill 2106, House Bill 2223, House Bill 2347. The chair is in receipt of a motion by the gentleman, Representative Burgos, that the House now adjourn until Monday, May 4th, 2026 at 12 noon unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House stands adjourned until Monday, May 4th, 2026 at 12 noon unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.